It is 6 o'clock p.m., Tuesday, May 19th, and I am calling to order this regular meeting of the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education. As we call this meeting to order, the school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission statement: as a community, we create supportive learning environments where all students thrive. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Ms. Poland, will you please call the roll?
Colonel Foster,
Here.
Colonel Campbell,
Here.
Miss Charlie.
Here.
Our student rep hasn't been announced yet. Miss Hewitt.
Here.
Miss Maple.
Here.
Mrs. Hull.
Here.
Miss Dillian.
Here.
Miss Carol Hubbard.
Here.
Mr. Doran.
Here.
Mr. Burgess.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the annual I Voted sticker contest. Kids Voting North Alaska, in conjunction with the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, held their annual I Voted sticker contest for all grade levels. Amy Galloway, Kids Voting President, and Fawn Jelinek, Kids Voting North Alaska Education Coordinator, will make the presentation.
Didn't make it for people my height. Okay, so hello. Kids Voting North Alaska is a nonpartisan voter education program committed to helping students in interior Alaska become lifelong voters. Just as we know that youth need instruction and guided practice to learn to drive a car, so too do they need guidance and practice to understand the process of voting. Kids Voting helps them get that practice. One of our biggest activities is holding kids voting elections for students in the fall that gives them the opportunity to cast a mock ballot that contains the same candidates as the official ballot, both our local and general elections. This past fall, 2,179 students from 13 schools participated in our kids voting local election. 3 schools had a voter turnout of 60% or more. Barnett with 88%, Randy Smith with 79%, and West Valley with 60%. Wouldn't it be great if the official election had turnouts like that? We're trying to make it a future reality. Other activities we do to support our mission is to provide professional development for educators in civics education, provide a civic engagement award to a graduating senior at each local high school, pay for buses for civics-related field trips, and hold an I Voted sticker contest each spring. The winning designs from the sticker contest are used in the kids voting fall elections in the schools and in other voting-related events throughout the year. This year, we had the opportunity to partner with the Fairbanks North Star Borough Clerk's Office on their I Voted Local sticker contest. Those winning designs will be available to registered voters who cast their ballots during early voting in the local election. The winners are selected in a 2-step process. Finalists are selected by our Kids Voting Board and Borough Clerk's Office. 10 finalists in each category are selected. The public of all ages is invited to vote for their favorite in each category at our May First Friday event in the Centennial Hall, thanks to our partnership with the Fairbanks Arts Association. Over 400 students entered this year's contests, and over 375 people voted for the winners. Each of this year's winners receive a $100 check. So for the Kids Voting North Alaska's I Voted contest, the winners are in K2, grades K2, Juby Torres of Boreal Sun. Is Juby here?
Give them a round of applause.
Yes. Hey, Juby. Grades 3 to 5, Jay Spinkle of Ann Ween Elementary. Grades 6 8, Fiona Payton of Barnett. Yay. Grades 9 12, Ryder Nguyen of Lathrop. Ryder is a 3-time winner.
Repeat.
Woo! And then for the Fairbanks North Starborough Clerk's Office, I voted local. The winners are for grades K5, Sidalee Johnson of Barnett. And grades 6 12, Fiona Payton of Barnett. So she won twice this year. Congratulations to all our winners, our finalists, and thanks for all the students who entered and to all those who voted.
Ms. Galloway and Ms. Jelinek. And can I ask those students who were just awarded if they can come up for a brief, just stand together for a quick photo and then shake the hands, because that's part of this deal of recognition, is getting to shake board members' hands. And one more thank you to Kids Voting North Alaska, and appreciate all those entries, and congratulations again to the winners. Next on our agenda is the 2026 Alaska Academic Decathlon National Champions Recognition. Lathrop students will be recognized for their national awards and first place team finish at the recent 2026 Academic Decathlon State Competition. Lathrop finished first place overall in Division III United States Academic Decathlon National Finals, and team members combined for 13 individual national medals. Lathrop High School is coached by Christopher Benschoof, Lathrop engineering teacher and academic decathlon advisor.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Chris Benchoff. I teach engineering, statistics, and economics at Lathrop High School. In addition, I coach the school's academic decathlon team, which is a competitive program where students from across our school get together each year to learn new things and then compete to see which schools know more. Tonight we get to take a moment to recognize and celebrate the efforts of that Acadecca team from Lathrop who won the Division III national title last April. Every year the team works hard to study 10 different subjects around a new theme, and this year's theme was America in the 1920s. We spent the year studying the art of the Harlem Renaissance, the music of the jazz and blues era, the novel The Great Gatsby, the history of the Roaring Twenties, and the physics of electricity and magnetism. After 7 months of studying and countless hours of hard work, we recently wrapped up one of the most successful seasons we've had, which started with regionals in January, continued on to state in February, and culminated in our team's second national championship title in April in Garden Grove, California. Our team started meeting in October and competed in an online scrimmage before going to regionals and winning our 11th consecutive regional title. After regionals, we studied for another 2 months, getting ready for the state competition in Anchorage. After a hard-fought state competition, we came in first in Division I and second overall, bringing home 28 of the 90 medals awarded, $7,000 in scholarship money, and had 3 of the top 9 overall students in the state. With that finished, the team turned its attention to the national competition. We've been to nationals 17 times before, and in our last 18 trips to the division national finals, we finished in this order: 4th, and then 4th, and then 4th again, 3rd overall, and then 3rd again, 2nd overall in 2023, before winning our first national title in 2024. Last year, we had the highest scoring team in Alaska history, but came in 4th in our division at nationals. The goal this year was to get back on top. Another 2 months of learning, and we finally got to compete at the end of April in California. 70 teams were at nationals, the largest nationals ever held, and the teams are divided by competition score into their different national divisions. The division we competed in was the largest the division had ever been, and scores between teams and individuals were the closest we'd ever seen. A lot of focus and hard work paid off, and in the end, Lathrop won the title. They've already received their many medals, trophies, and awards, but tonight we'll recognize each student very briefly for their tremendous accomplishment. For those students that are here tonight, when you hear your name, please join me at the front of the room. Our regional and state team included some underclassmen, some other people who didn't move on to nationals, but that included freshman Felix Siegfried, sophomore Sean Palchikoff, junior Susanna Dyrenforth, and senior Jason Bro. I know Susanna's here. Our national championship team included junior Blake Mollett, junior Anthony Klein, Anthony earned an individual national silver medal in literature. Junior, Anthony, this is yours. Amaya McRaven. Amaya earned an individual national bronze medal in literature. Junior Jason Peng. Jason earned an individual national bronze medal in science and a silver medal in literature. Our seniors include Christian Yu, who had to work tonight. He earned a bronze individual medal in mathematics, a silver in economics, and a hard-fought individual overall national championship gold medal in varsity essay. He was also the second highest scoring overall varsity competitor at the competition and is now the first Alaskan to have 2 national team titles to his name. He was on our team in 2024 as well. Luke was voted the team's most valuable team member at the national level, voted on by his teammates. And he also earned this year's service award for the team at Lathrop. Senior Daria Manti. Daria earned an individual national championship gold medal in Scholastic Interview, one of the hardest medals to earn. And her score was so high that out of the 700 students there, her score was the 3rd highest out of just all of them, which was great. And then finally, senior Mark Yang. Mark was our team's high scorer. He earned an individual bronze medal in art, silver medals in both music and speech, and an individual national championship gold in honors essay. He was also the highest scoring competitor in the entire division, about 180 students. Records for the National Academic Decathlon are pretty complete for the 43-year history of the event, and because of that, we can confidently make the following 3 observations. There are more than 1,000 academic decathlon teams in the nation, and Lathrop has now competed at the national finals 18 times, which places our school 8th in the country for the most times competing at nationals. Also, their success last month makes Lathrop only the 11th school in the history of the academic decathlon to win more than 1 division national title. And finally, there are 6 different sizes and shapes of trophies and like hardware that teams can earn as a team at the national finals. They range from a first place plaque for something called the Super Quiz, an overall 4th place plaque, different shapes and sizes of trophies for 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place. Lathrop is the only school in the country to have ever earned all 6 of those individual pieces of hardware. Lathrop has now been in the top 4 for the past at nationals for the past 10 years, and it's all a testament to the hard work and determination of Lathrop students like those here tonight. Congratulations to all of them and to our national champions. We're gonna go.
Congratulations once more to the Lathrop Academic Decathlon team. Next on our agenda is the Fairbanks Principals Association 2026 Elementary Principal of the Year. The Fairbanks North Starborough Board of Education recognizes and honors Becky Zaverl, Denali Elementary K-5 school principal, who was selected as the Fairbanks Principals Association's 2026 Elementary Principal of the Year. Shauna Henderson, Ann Wien Elementary School Assistant Principal and FPA President, will make the presentation.
Thank you very much. It's on behalf of the Fairbanks Principal Association. We'd like to honor, celebrate, and recognize Becky Zaverl. Becky, come on up. We would like to recognize Becky tonight because she is a leader among leaders. When sitting next to Becky during meetings, she's like a ray of sunshine that really fills you up with positivity and warmth. But more than that, Becky really recognizes that the foundation of our work is set in relationships, and she strives very hard to create positive relationships with families, students, and staff. And that can really be seen in everything she does. So when reflecting on Becky's time as a principal, I've really been struck by just her positivity and moving the needle forward on our work together. But I thought I'd reach out to the people, her staff, that really work with her closely to see what they had to share about Becky's spirit. And so here are some kind words that they have mentioned. We are grateful for Becky's heart, for families, for her selflessness, as she serves our community. Becky has the innate ability to bring out the very best in people, from her students to her staff. Mrs. Averil always keeps the best interests of our students, families, and staff at the heart of everything she does. Her dedication has made a positive impact in our school community. Mrs. Averil is such a supportive and caring leader who always makes people feel valued and appreciated. Mrs. Averil creates a warm, nurturing family environment here at Denali. Becky is the ultimate principal who works tirelessly, faithfully, and with so much love and grace for our students in the seen and unseen. Becky is a loving, caring, and truly genuine person, principal, and leader. Becky is an incredibly supportive and caring leader. She leads by example and goes above and beyond to support the staff and students at Denali. Becky exemplifies exactly everything you could want in a principal and a boss. Becky equals mother of all things. And with that, Becky, we are so proud to celebrate and honor you with your work with the Fairbanks Principals Association, with your community, and with our community. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson, and congratulations once more to Ms. Averil. And Ms. Henderson is staying put because next we have the FPA 2026 Secondary Principal of the Year. So the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education recognizes and honors Joshua Snow, Effie Cochran Charter School Principal, who was selected as Fairbanks Principals Association 2026 Secondary Principal of the Year. Shauna Henderson, Ann Ween Elementary School Assistant Principal and FPA President, will make the presentation.
Yes, this is again for our secondary principal of the year, Josh Snow. So Josh Snow has worked at Effie Cochran Charter School for quite some time. Like Becky, he is really the cornerstone of his community. He is positive, he is uplifting, he's inspiring. But what I heard as a theme throughout all of his colleagues and staff talking about him is that he truly believes that all students are destined for greatness, and that really shines through. So I'll just share a couple words with you tonight. Unfortunately, Josh cannot be here with us. He's flying back to Alaska, celebrating his son's graduation from college. So this is what his staff said about Josh. Josh, whose student-first mindset is reflected through his mentorship, collaborative leadership style, and unwavering commitment to supporting our students, staff, and community. He consistently promotes equity and Alaska Native cultural awareness within the school and our students' lives, fostering an environment where relationships, respect, and meaningful opportunities for every student remain at the center of his work. Josh has been an advocate for students since he started his career as a teacher. He allows staff to be a team as opposed to just being an administrator. He believes in and values students that they can reach their very highest potential despite the challenges they may have. His workday never ceases at the end of the day. He is a valuable, integral part of the Effie Cochran Charter School family as a fearless leader. Josh is a principal, counselor, janitor, maintenance, teacher, advocate, mentor, and so much more. The hard work and dedication that Josh has given to the students and staff of our school is unmeasurable. And lastly, I think this really embraces who Josh is. Josh is far more than just the title of principal. He is a mentor, father figure, friend, and leader to so many. You can truly see the impact he's made through the sense of community and family within the school. His dedication to putting our youth and our future first is something that genuinely inspires those around him. I strongly believe that if more people viewed the world with the same compassion, understanding, and commitment that he shows every day, things would be much better for our future generations. He leads by example and reminds us that positive change starts with caring for and investing in our youth. And with that said, I'd like to recognize and honor Josh Snow.
Henderson, and congratulations to Josh Snow. And I'll just say thank you also to Ms. Zaverill and to Mr. Snow. Of course, we want to congratulate them, but the work that you do every day is integral to our district, and so thank you. I cannot say thank you enough times to our principals and our staff. Next on our agenda is adoption of the agenda. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisked items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisked items will then be adopted by one single motion. Board, I need a motion.
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Seeing none, Ms. Poland, will you please call the vote?
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Colonel Campbell,
Yes.
Miss Charlie,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hall,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. That brings us to public comments on reports and non-agenda items. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comments on non-agenda topics. This is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will note the topics, though no official actions will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not respond to comments or questions made by the public. Concerned citizens should first discuss matters with the superintendent or designee. After the superintendent or designee has heard concerns, they may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office to route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action and/or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the school board office by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Students who have signed up in advance or are in the room and wishing to testify will be called upon first, followed by members of the public who have signed up in advance in the order in which they have signed up. If time remains, anyone else in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. A sign-up sheet will be available in the boardroom before the start of each meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last name, and state their area of residence. Do we have any students who wish to testify today? Pretty empty audience, so I'm thinking not. And I have one person signed up in advance, Sydney Mullen. Ms. Mullen, if you'll state your name, spelling your last name, give your general area of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Sydney Mullen, M-U-L-L-E-N. I live off of Gold Hill Road. I'm here tonight to voice my concerns about the use of iReady in our district's classrooms. iReady is a gamified math and reading platform that reaches over 13 million K-8 students in the nation, including 6,500 K-8 students here in Fairbanks. iReady is currently facing a federal class action lawsuit due to allegations that its tracking of student progress goes well beyond basic data collection. They are creating detailed behavioral and psychological profiles on students and collecting more than 80 categories of student data, all without parental notification or consent. A forensic analysis revealed that the student profile data that are being transmitted to Google's ad business, Google Analytics, which is horrifying. This is commercial activity that is separate from instruction in math and reading. How do we protect our kids' digital identities, their footprints, with a platform like iReady if we cannot opt out? Furthermore, after 15 years and 13 million students across the nation, there has not been one rigorous independent study showing that it improves student learning outcomes. There were 0 randomized control trials demonstrating its efficacy. That said, there were 4 journal articles that were peer-reviewed that did investigate iReady, the first of which concluded that its diagnostics are less predictive than traditional end-of-year assessments. Another article measured improvements only within the iReady platform itself, not beyond the scope of the tool. Another article found no difference between users and non-users of iReady. And yet another article did not include any form of a control group, so can't use that. While there were 2 Johns Hopkins studies that examined reading and mathematics using the iReady platform, but both of those studies were conducted in partnership with the developer of iReady, Curriculum Associates, and both were released as white papers, so therefore not peer-reviewed. And again, in coordination with that developer of iReady, so it's not independent. On reading, the researchers concluded that there was no measurable change in reading between iReady or the control group. While in math, students using iReady improved by 7.8%, which sounds great, until you notice that the control group improved by 7.0%, a difference of less than 1 percentage point. At roughly $60 per student, and multiplying that across our 6,500 kids in the district, that amounts to $390,000 per year for a program that, as of yet, has not been backed by science. Math materials are up for review this year. I am aware of this. I'm asking you for the district to maybe consider ditching this data harvesting gamified platform that is not backed by the evidence and adopt something that is, like Singapore Math, Spring Math, or Jump Math. I'd also like to know if the district has done any internal audit. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mullen. And if you had additional information to share, please feel free to email the board. That is the end of my list of folks who have signed up to testify. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify this evening? Ms. Cotter, please step forward.
Adia Cotter, Cotter, and I live in the McGrath area. Last week, I chaperoned a field trip with 130 eighth graders, which really sounds like the plot to a horror movie. However, it was one of the funnest field trips that I've been on with one of my kids. I really just want to say thank you to all of the eighth grade teachers that allowed that to happen. It took away from instruction time, even though it's the end of the year and kids are probably not very focused on instruction. It still is valid instruction time. But there were 4 or 5 teachers that helped facilitate that at Tanana Middle School. So thank you to all those teachers at Tanana Middle School. Thank you for allowing me to come. Thank you, Colonel Campbell. This happened on your watch. They all went to Fort Wainwright to the new bowling alley, which was amazing. And the staff there were amazing with 130 eighth graders. So again, just thank you to everyone who made that happen. I also want to say thank you to the very important community partnerships and community organizations that help make these things possible for our students. My eighth grader this year has, I think, finally recovered from some of the weird social things that happened as a result of COVID. I saw a spark in those kids that I have not seen in a very long time, which, your core value of belonging over there, in my opinion, is the most important part to a quality education. And it's things like these that help those kids capture those sparks and kind of reintroduce them to the things that make school fun. School should be fun in order to learn. Um, so, I just want to express my support for things like this. There's a lot of noise around what we do or don't do in our schools. I think these types of things are essential to keeping our kids engaged. They're essential to the learning experience. And I also want to encourage, our community members that if you are interested in what does or does not happen in our schools, sign up and be a volunteer and accompany 130 eighth graders on a field trip. You will learn things that you never thought you would learn. And I think, it would give you a very good idea of what is needed so that our kids can have, a quality educational experience. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Cotter. Is there anyone else in the audience today who wishes to testify on non-agenda items? Right, seeing none, we will close public hearing and move on to our next agenda item, which is advisory member reports and comments. We'll start down here with Colonel Campbell.
Thank you for the opportunity, and it's always good to see the highlights from the principals of the year to the students and all the great things going on in the school district, and then obviously what the community does with the installations, as Tim and I have talked multiple times. So always good to see that and be a part of this council. So two things, well, I guess three things to highlight tonight. I'll be pretty quick. It's summer. We're all excited. The golf course is open on post. If you want to, I know Air Force is always trying to steal our golf course, but the community is always welcome. And then Summerfest is coming up. Free concert on post, 5 June. So we'll have food trucks and a number of other different things going on the installation. So please come out and enjoy that with us and the community. Last is there's a lot of change of commands going on. General Cogbill will stay in position, but there's a lot of brigade and battalion changes of commands over the next few weeks. So if you're interested, please let us know. But a lot of turnover of leaders, but we continue to roll along as our motto is, and training is going on. A lot of great stuff on the installation as spring is here, summer is here. I don't know if we had spring, but all good. But thanks for your time, and I'll cede the rest of my time to Tim.
Colonel Foster.
Yes, just to pile on to a couple things Colonel Campbell brought up. So let's start with the golf course. So this is one of the only places in the world where there's an Air Force installation and an Army installation, and the Air Force does not have a golf course. So you have to wrap your mind around that a little bit in our culture. Number two, just like there's a lot of things going on at Fort Wainwright, same thing happening at Allison Air Force Base, transitioning into the summer. School's about to finish up, and then a lot of the kids will be on the installation doing what they do during the summer. So that's going to be an awesome thing to watch. Just finished up Red Flag 26-1, and we're in this little bit of a lull, but the beginning of June, we start with 26-2. It's the second Red Flag. We have 3 this summer. So it's the second one. And then just for everybody's awareness, at the end of the first week of August, Eielson's Air Show is coming back. So we're having the air show. It's been a few years since we've done that, so it'll be the first air show. It starts here at Eielson. We'll have our teammates from Fort Wainwright also participating. So we'll have a few acts that'll come up and be the demos for the different types of airplane weapon systems that we do have in our inventory, as well as some private aviation enthusiasts. And then the following week, they will go down south to J-Bear, and they'll do the other part of the air show. So that's how we're tackling it this year, where in past you've seen one year it'll be at J-Bear, next year it'll be at Eielson. Now it's coupled, so each year you'll get both. So those are some things to look for as we start to transition to the summer. So just wanted to say thank you to the school board and all the awesome events. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Colonel Campbell and Colonel Foster. Ms. Charlie.
First of all, I just want to thank all I'm sorry, I want to congratulate all the graduates the past week and also this week. There's a lot of graduations going on, and I just want to give a shout out to Effie Cochran Charter School. They had invited me out to their graduation last week to speak there. It was one of the most heartfelt graduation ceremonies that I've been to. And so I was really honored to be there and speak there. I want to congratulate our FNA youth rep, Nevaeh Offerman. She's a senior. She just graduated from Effie Cochran, and she is also a recipient of the Alaska Performance Scholarship, along with 2 others at Effie Cochran. Nevaeh has been our youth rep for about 2 years. She's been doing an amazing job on our FNA board, representing the youth, always there, always present, always prepared, just asking good questions and bringing that youth perspective to our board and all of the discussions and at all of our meetings that I really appreciate. With that, we will have a vacant seat for our youth rep that we'll be seeking. If anybody is interested, they can contact our main line at FNA. I just wanted to also congratulate Becky and Josh on the recognition tonight. I've seen both of them just do amazing work in their schools over the past few years. They're very innovative, they're thinking outside the box, and really dedicated to all the students, but also the families, and just making their school feel so welcome to all of the families there. And so I'm just really happy for the recognition that they got. So thank you. Bessie.
Thank you, Ms. Charlie. Any questions from the board? All right, seeing none, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is board committee reports. This is an opportunity for board member chairs to report on the committees they're chairing, or also if you're participating in other committees that you're not chairing, or trainings and events. This is also an appropriate time to report out on those. Anything from board members? Not much happening with committees right now, I think. Okay, so that takes us to the president's report. Just a couple things to hit on today. We'll start with the last Thursday, the Borough Assembly passed their budget for the year. They provided enough in their budget to meet our needs for next year. They met the request in accordance with our recommended budget. They did get there in a way that, wasn't our first choice, having used some of the swept funds that we haven't been able to have a discussion about. But nevertheless, I do think it's important that we recognize that they have given us what we need for next year. Next year, we don't have to make changes in our recommended budget based on this. And I have also heard several indications that assembly members would like to talk more about the ordinance, so I am optimistic that we have opportunities for collaboration and compromise moving forward. Additional news, this is from today. The governor did veto Senate Bill 78. That was the bill providing a different retirement system, a pension plan for public employees, including teachers and our other staff. So it's very disappointing. This bill had strong bipartisan support, as well as the support of educators and school districts across the state, not to mention other public employees associations. As we look forward, we need to be looking for leaders who will respect our teachers and other public employees and fight for a retirement system that doesn't force our staff to choose between working as educators in Alaska or resigning themselves to a retirement in poverty. And the additional news today was that there was a vote in the legislature to override that governor's veto of SB 78. That vote to override did fail. Um, and on a more positive note, I just wanted to talk about the graduations. Over the past couple of weeks, high school graduations have been taking place. And I want to congratulate all of the graduates for all the work that you've put in to get where you are now. I was able to attend 3 graduations, Career Education Center, West Valley High School, and North Star College. Uh, I wasn't on stage at North Star College, but I was in the audience and got to take some pretty sweet pictures from some reserved seating on the side there. So I was happy to do that because I had my daughter had some friends graduating and kids who I knew as young kids. So that was really neat. And even neater was getting to be on the stage and having the privilege and honor to shake my own daughter's hand and hand her her diploma alongside all of the other 150 or so students whose hands I got to shake. um, just seeing the joy on those graduates' face as they step up to the stage, the sense of accomplishment that you know that they're feeling, and honestly, probably a little bit of nervousness about what comes next. It's just a momentous occasion in life, and all those emotions are really right there. It's incredible to go to these graduations, and I really appreciate the opportunity, and just can't express enough how much I appreciate all of the work that goes into putting those together as well. So thank you to the administrators and teachers and staff who do all that work to make sure that our graduations are fun and that they run smoothly. Even when seniors are handing rubber duckies to the principal as a surprise, and or other little pranks. So just always gratifying to hear about the many successes of our students and staff as our students prepare for their next phase of life. And one more time, congratulations to all of the graduates and their families. And I will conclude my president's report there. Happy to take any questions from the board. Not seeing any, so we will move on to the superintendent report. Dr. Minert.
All right, thank you, President Burgess. I'm going to continue the theme of celebrations this evening. It is that time of year, and I'd like to start out with recognizing a few of our teachers. The Deed Alaska Reading Ambassador Awards were presented during the Science of Reading Symposium in May. This recognition, statewide recognition, is based on an anonymous nomination process and highlights educators and leaders across Alaska who are advancing evidence-based reading instruction. Our district was especially well represented this year with the most Alaskan reading ambassadors of any district in the state. We had 3 honorees, including Heather Duggar, Sarah Evans, and Allison Curry. So congratulations to them on their amazing work that they're doing in their classrooms and furthering student proficiencies in reading and writing. There were approximately 20 ambassadors recognized around the state, and we're really pleased that our educators are getting honored and recognized for their hard work in the classrooms. Want to stay on the reading theme? I was invited to a reading celebration at Tickesick Brown this past week, and was incredibly impressed with what they've done through their Walk to Read program and some of the improvements that they've made. And so wanted to share it here with the board and the community. Students participated in 86 days of Walk to Read, totaling 2,580 minutes per child, and they increased their oral reading fluency by an average of 66% across the school. Across classrooms and reading groups, students completed chapter books, nonfiction articles, hundreds of read live stories, U-Fly lessons, word lists, passages, and daily poetry practice. Classroom fluency gains range from 26 to 51 additional words per minute. reflecting the hard work of students, the dedicated teachers, and the strong reading culture at Tickasuk. And it was a really neat celebration. It was the first celebration I was able to attend out there at Tickasuk for their reading achievements. And each teacher got to talk about not only the students in their class, but their reading intervention groups and the growth that students are making. And it was cool as they were talking to see the specific students that they have worked with all year long and the amazing proficiency levels and increases that those students made. We know when students are able to read more fluently that leads to a life of success. And so just a huge thank you to Principal Kathy Push and all of our teachers at Tickasuk Brown for all the amazing work that you're doing, and also taking the time to celebrate our students and staff on those accomplishments. That's an important thing to take a step back from all the hard work and recognize the work that's being done. I also wanted to take a minute to recognize Mr. Shane Beam and Kate LaPlante based on all the reading and literacy work we've done over the last few years. These have been two champions in our district that have carried that work forward and making sure that all of our educators have professional development opportunities and the resources that they need to ensure the work is getting done in the classroom. So thank you, Shane, and Kate will be joining us later tonight, so she missed this, but they've been two champions for reading in our district and really appreciate all of our work. Lastly, just some updates on our district action plans. We don't have all data in yet to report, but I have a little bit that I can share out with our board and our community. One of the strongest areas of growth across the district was reading achievement. Nearly 96% of our schools reported MAP reading data showed increases in student proficiencies, with an average gain of 8.5 percentage points from baseline to spring. So huge growth over the course of the year in MAP. MAP is one of those assessments that we can compare our students nationally. I was just talking to our senior analyst last week about our MAP scores, and that is one of those areas where if you compare Fairbanks students to the national average, we regularly outcompete students throughout the nation, over 50%. And so oftentimes when people talk about test scores here within the state, they reference NAEP. As a reminder, we have no disaggregated data when it comes to NAEP. We don't know how Fairbanks students do nationally or compared to national averages, but we do know and MAP that our students do as well, if not better than at least 50% of the students around the nation. And so we saw some great growth in MAP this year in reading, and just wanted to share that. District-wide MAP reading proficiency levels, so not only the growth, but the actual proficiency levels increased from 60 to 71%, well exceeding the district target that we had set for this year. Math remains an important area of continued focus as we provide intentional professional development for our elementary teachers. We brought in all of our elementary teachers this year to work on math instruction and continuing to look at the way that we provide instruction for our students. We'll continue to work on math and ensure that that is a focus area going forward so that we improve our math instruction and our math proficiency levels. Attendance, again, looks like a bright spot for our district. The last couple of years, we've improved coming out of COVID, our elementary regular attendance. We don't have finalized numbers, but at winter break, it had improved from 66% to 71%, exceeding our district winter target. And so I'm really excited to see what that final number will be for spring. We know it's important for students to be in school consistently. When students are in school consistently, they achieve at better rates. And so just appreciate all of our families and parents that have made attendance a priority this year because when our students are in school, they do better. Family engagement and school partnerships remain a major priority for the school district. More than half of our schools with reportable survey data increased positive responses related to school and family partnerships. And this reflects continued efforts to strengthen communications and connections with families. We also saw a significant increase in the number of families that completed our climate and connectedness survey this year. There was a 14% growth there. All of our schools and our administration worked really hard to ensure people knew that the survey was out there, and we value the responses that our families provide us. Our principals every year use that action plan data to set goals for the next year on culture and climate in their schools. And so that is an important data metric for us to use and move us forward. At the secondary level, early credit data showed positive momentum. The class of 2028 is on track. Their on-track credit rate increased from 83% to 86%. So if you remember last year's goals, we started tracking freshmen to ensure that freshmen have their freshman 6, and then we will track every individual cohort going forward to ensure that we understand where students are at and progressing through their high school years. We have a number of credit recovery options for students and appreciate all of those alternative ways that students can earn credit so that they can stay on track to graduate. And I think that's gone a long way to setting those record high graduation rates last year and looking forward to see what our graduation rates will be this year. And then just want to end, I share a lot of data throughout the year during my superintendent reports, and I always try to bring it back to the students themselves. Of course, we like looking at the numbers because they give us an idea of how we are doing as a system. But really, the importance of the numbers tie back to individual students and what that means in their lives. And so don't want to lose track of that insight that all of those numbers relate back to each and every individual student in our schools. And Fairbanks schools are doing amazing work around the growth of student success. And so once again, would just like to thank all of the hard work of all of our staff, our volunteers, our community members, and our families this year for a great school year. I wish everybody an amazing summer break. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I can't wait until the school year kicks off next year and we get to do it all over again. So with that, I will conclude my superintendent report and happy to answer any questions for the board.
Any questions from board members? Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miner, for that. I wanted to, first of all, the proficiency gains that we've had in reading are tremendous. And I also thank you for addressing the importance of looking at the MAP scores versus the NAEP scores. You know, we hear consistently, and I think that we hear this as a culture consistently, that our students are not ranking high on the NAEP scores, which is a disaggregated statewide test that we can't actually look and see what does that actually mean for Fairbanks North Star Borough. So when you have data that you're not able to actually look at and then make a decision on, it really isn't helpful. It's helpful to know that we can grow as a state, but what can we control with the Fairbanks North Star Borough, and how can we improve those outcomes? So that MAP testing is really important to look at, and I'm wondering if you can repeat, was I hearing correctly that our Fairbanks North Star Borough schools students rank among the top 50 percentile of nationally?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I had that correct. And then we have a ton of success and a lot of movement upwards, and I do not want to miss that point, because I think that's really the story tonight. However, when you're looking at the data and the trends in particular, where are the gaps that you what gaps are you seeing that we can kind of like go, oh, hey, that's a goal that we could have maybe moving forward, or that's a place that we could maybe like move the needle on a little bit further, a little bit faster, just so that we can have that in the back of our minds as we're making budget decisions moving forward.
I mean, math is definitely one of those areas that we continue to need to see improvements in. That's not just a Fairbanks problem, that's a state and national issue as well, is that our students aren't performing at the levels that we would like. And so we've started very intentionally digging into that this year. As I mentioned in my report, we've brought in elementary teachers for day-long professional development sessions to make sure that they have the tools that they need to provide proper math instruction. I know Shane and his team have been working with the IDEA team to come up with different ideas of how to support our schools and our students and our teachers with math instruction. And then, as it was mentioned in testimony tonight, math materials will be up for adoption next year. And so we'll take a look at that as well as we're working through that to see if we want to continue with our Math iReady program for elementary and middle schools, or if there's a different material program out there that we think that can better help our students.
Follow up, Ms. Julian.
Yeah, if I can follow up about math in particular, I know that one of the reading interventions that we've done as an entire district has been this walk to read, and it doesn't look the same at every single school, which I also have really learned that being a board member, being able to tour those schools specifically during walk to read time or that walk intensive time. And I know that it's a little bit different because reading is a skill throughout, where math, especially when you get into a little bit of the upper grades in elementary, starts to become a graded activity. And so is our school district, our certain schools, or even if you see what other school districts are doing to help students learn the skills so that they can go back and actually learn their grade assigned math curriculum? I know it's a little bit different with reading because, of course, we level those students based on ability.
Yeah, so I guess a shout out to Principal Becky Zaverill. She piloted spring math for us this year. So Denali Elementary School is a Title I school. Her team attended a conference either last year or the year previously, and they had looked at math intervention tools and brought a few back that they were interested in, and ultimately decided on spring math as the intervention tool that they wanted to use as a school. What's great about spring math is it is not device based. There is an assessment that students take on paper initially that's entered into a platform so we can see how our students are doing over the course of the year. But then this is a 10 to 15 minute intervention in the individual class that all of the teachers can use for their students in their class. So they don't have to do that walk to read in terms of moving class to class. It's an intervention that individual teachers can give in their classes. And so we've been really impressed with what we've seen out of that. The teachers at Denali have been pleased not only in the growth that they're seeing with their students, but the program itself. And so I believe we're expanding that into multiple different Title I schools next year to further that pilot. And that might be something, if we continue to see growth using that intervention tool and teachers are liking what they're seeing, that might be a potential adopted supplemental resource in the future.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you, and thank you for the update on the priorities and goals. We'll look forward to further elaboration on that as we go. On the math, again, affirming what you've shared with us tonight. As I visited schools virtually, every principal, elementary and middle school, we're talking about efforts to address math, not in necessarily the same way as reading, but how do we do that? Whether it's walk to math, whether it's interventions, how they're using in the classroom. And I did get a chance to see a little tiny snippet of spring math being implemented, and it was pretty cool. On the math, I did want to ask, and relative to testimony tonight, you had mentioned as a math, we will be looking at that curriculum, et cetera, over the next year. But I was hoping for a clarification because one of the references was behavioral information from iReady. And could you clarify? I don't. My question is, I don't see that. We're not putting that type of information into the database. It's academic numbers, those types of things. But could you clarify?
That's correct, and we're not seeing that either. As mentioned in testimony, there is a lawsuit against iReady, and a number of allegations were levied against the company. We're comfortable in the responses that we've received from Curriculum Associates so far in terms of the way that they are safeguarding student data and their privacy, and so we aren't seeing that. I think what's also important is there's a lot of focus on the iReady MyPath, which is the digital version of the intervention tool for iReady, but the majority of work is done offline in terms of the work for iReady and Curriculum Associates curriculum. And so, the MyPath is a digital version, but that's the intervention tool itself. That's not the core curriculum that Curriculum and Associates offers.
And clarification, if I might. So my understanding, there is no behavioral data from our district going out
That's
through
correct.
iReady.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for Dr. Minert? Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask Dr. Meinert, as we're nearing the fiscal year end, we had talked about this a little bit in a previous, about a month ago or so at a meeting, but I just wanted to ask if there could be updates on where we're standing as we're looking towards June 30 for financial year end. Just seeing kind of where we're ending and understanding that there is an ordinance still in place that limits and defines our savings differently than the state statute. So I just want to make sure that we have that on a report on that if possible.
Yep, I can bring that forward.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions for you. Board, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Please be back at your seats at 7:16. All right, 7:16 p.m. and we're calling this school board regular meeting back to order. That's May 19th, 2026. We are on agenda item I, action items, new business, and there's one item under this category, which is policy 4119.15, 4219.15, and 4319.15, professional boundaries of employees with students, which is proposed to be revised and is before the board for first reading by administration. Board, I will need a motion.
Move to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to a second reading and vote of policy 4119.15 / 4219.15 / 4391.15, professional boundaries of employees with students.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. And is there anyone in the audience who would like to testify on this agenda item today? Not seeing any, so we'll go to administration. Ms. Dillard.
Thank you, President Burgess. I'll start with an explanation of what that long number means, since that is a little bit different for us. So this is an AASB model policy, and AASB does have it in Article 5 students, which you all know we just completed. We did choose to renumber it for the personnel policy, which is, or personnel article, which is going to be Article 4, which we will hopefully get to and finish in the fall. So this is an Article 4 number, and it represents an all personnel policy. We'll see policies that might be just specific to certificated staff, and it would be a 4-1 number. Classified staff would be a 4-2 number, and a 4-3 number is supervisory and management staff. So when you see all three of those numbers together, that's how AASB does it. That would be an all personnel policy. Similar to our structure, we have Chapter 5, which is all personnel, and then Chapter 6 is certificated if it's 6-1, classified if it's 6-2. So we will see those long numbers. So this is a new policy that we'll be combining. Do we need to make sure? Oh, I see. So, okay. It'll be black just for a second, but I can move back onto it. This is a new policy that will be combining a few of our policies that regarding staff and student boundaries. So currently we have an ethical and professional conduct policy that is 543 in all personnel, and then it's also in 614.3, which would be a certificated staff policy. We will continue to have an ethical and professional conduct policy that is about all professional and ethical conduct, but it also includes professional boundaries. So that information will be moved into this professional boundaries specific policy. We also have two policies on transportation of students and housing of students. Those are policies 578 and 580. So those will be archived and now will be included in this policy. And then we also have a policy 811.2, which is called electronic and social media communications. That one will be archived as we're addressing that in this policy. Lastly, we have district guidelines regarding professional boundaries that are provided to all staff at hire in a training. And then that information goes out annually to all staff in a memo. That procedural content will be gathered and put into an administrative regulation that will be attached to this policy. So with that, I will turn it over to you to see what comments or questions that you have regarding the policy.
Okay, to the board. Mr. Doran?
Thank you, and thanks for that introduction to this policy. I am hopeful that we, as we move forward, that we simplify the policy number for reference. I think we should be able to do that within our system. So but two areas that I wanted to address. General comment is I'm glad to see this. And for me, it's very fascinating, having been an active principal and also serving various times on the district management team and going through several iterations of this and several of the circumstances that brought some things forward to why we need a policy like this. Um, so that staff understands and that they're not caught unawares or in an awkward position. The suggestions that I have, perhaps under general standards on page 1, the second paragraph, in the second and third lines of that, the use of the word or, I would just make a suggestion that and is perhaps the more appropriate reference within this, because that consistency with education, health, safety, and welfare, it's a body. They're all integral to each other, and I think in this context, it's a better reflection of what we're trying to achieve in those relationships between staff and students. And so that would be an edit that I would suggest. And I'm not sure how we want to, we just let it sit there for a little while and we can come back to that. The other one that I wanted to address is on page 2, number 3, A and C. And the A is that there must be written authorization, prior authorization. C recognizes emergencies, which is something that we do see within our community, and especially its smallness. But they are almost contradictory to each other or act against each other. The way they are presented here, I think with the understanding that that prior authorization, I mean, it's acknowledged that sometimes you can't have that. It's immediate action that needs to take place. But it just seems a little bit awkward that first we're saying there must be in writing prior authorization, and but then without setting up an exception within that, we do go to emergencies, which is important that we recognize there are emergencies. So I don't have a solution for that. I just have, it's a concern that I have right now, and I'm looking to the administration to some way of making sure that that is clear as we move ahead with conversation in this. Let me pause there.
Ms. Maple.
If it weren't about emergencies, I would understand the concept that they're kind of in conflict, but I think that for the purposes of a policy and understanding the nature of how this would be used, I think it's regardless of whether or not those, out of context could be in conflict, I think the written record part makes it really clear that that's the goal, is that would be the ideal scenario. This is what we should be doing. This is the policy. And of course, that doesn't mean that we, in an emergency, leave a student in an unsafe scenario. I don't know that I see a need for adjustment on that one.
Ms. Stulian?
Thank you. This is actually perfect, because this is my comment about this to Mr. Dorn's point through the chair and to the administration. I might suggest a potential edit that would bridge the comments that have already been discussed tonight, which is that under section 3, item C, you might just add something like in that first sentence, the district acknowledges that emergency situations, example given extreme cold weather, may require immediate action, and then something like where prior authorization was not obtained, to kind of circle back to the written record, which then prioritizes that prior authorization is the overarching, but in some instances that there might be emergencies where that prior authorization was not obtained, and in those instances, and then you can just continue. But again, I would like this to be reviewed by legal before we, but that would be my suggestion.
Mr. Doran.
Okay. And I think I'll comment again on this section, add a little something more, but then I think if administration could address how you're seeing implementing this, how it plays out. The point also under 3, that for emergencies, the district employee must immediately notify their supervisor. I happen to be aware of the actual circumstance that if cold weather, that a student was picked up by a staff member and transported in the middle of the night. And that prompted that we needed to address this and to provide for those emergency situations. It had not been addressed in a prior policy. So I'm glad to see that here. But that in terms of immediate notification, I believe there might have been some phrasing before, I may be wrong, or at least conversation around that could be the next morning, in the sense that if it's in the middle of the night, you may not be able to get hold of your supervisor. And so, and perhaps, so it's more how we implement this raises my concerns, and how it might be addressed in administrative reg. So perhaps you can address that a little bit and then think about it, whatever you need.
Yeah, we can address that. I think the term immediate is trying to strike the balance between, you know, waiting till the next morning, but just ensuring that there's urgency and the employee letting their supervisor know that this situation occurred. Because if it is an emergency situation, there's probably other people we need to work with, forms we need to fill out, those types of things. So that supervisor should be involved in that process. But I definitely hear what you're saying in terms of if this is in the middle of the night, which I think is a pretty rare circumstance. I think generally you can connect with your immediate supervisor, or at least let them know via email or a text message that this happened. But that is the balance that we're trying to strike, that there's urgency involved in letting your supervisor know that the situation occurred.
Could I respond? Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
Thank you with that, because I think that's real important, what our intent is, and it's just, and it is similar to the conversations that took place in other iterations of this, because we don't want staff to get caught in a catch-22, and that that yes, there are resources that are available, and there are follow-ups that need to be done if this situation should arise. I do want to comment that overall, I think that you've hit a pretty good balance in drafting this, putting it forward, because it is, we value and encourage the relationship building that educators have with the students. And so often enough, or I shouldn't say often enough, but there are times when in a student's life, they're looking, who do I turn to? They, partially because of that relationship that's there, they may, especially if somebody in the neighborhood or something of this sort, but I think you have helped address that professional boundaries in balance. Also recognizing we are a small town, we have crossovers, we're neighbors, we're relatives, and we're encouraging the working that out with the administrators. The other comment and last one I have on this one is that I would, I'm going to assume that within the administrative regulation and the intent to do this, that there is some recognition of the administrator, I'm thinking particularly principal judgments in addressing these needs that might come up. Having been a principal on the front line, I know enough situations that this comes up, that you do need to be able to address in terms of these needs for students. So I just wanted that mindfulness being there. Thank you.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you. I have a question about section 4 on page 3, and it's more about how this works when it comes to school sponsored activities, specifically sports and things like that, where coaches or if they're at a location and they need to get students to kind of let's say there's a change in the sports schedule or something like that. Do we have enough technology or the appropriate level of technology to support those types of activities where those coaches and educators that are at school sponsored activities can communicate with their students about changes in meet schedules or whatever as they're happening? Because I just want to make sure that we also have that support for those educators that participate in those activities as well.
Yeah, great question, Ms. Julian. We feel like we do, and that's why the policy is coming forward. And this section is definitely has firmer guardrails around it than in the past, but I think that's a good thing for the district in terms of liability and the abilities we now have with Parent Square and Student Square. There's a student side of that. We are aware of some concerns from a few coaches that are like, we would like Student Square to do this. And Assistant Superintendent Gillum is working closely with them and our activities coordinators to make sure that we can have a tool through Student Square that does everything that they want it to do. But we do feel strongly that we should not be using all of these different apps or platforms that are unmonitored from the school district, because that opens up a lot of liability risk for the district when we have tools that our coaches and advisors can use.
Follow up, Ms. Julian?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I wasn't aware that we had a student square as well, so that is really helpful to know that there is that official channel. And I do agree that we should not have putting better guardrails, I think, is appropriate, and I am very supportive of this policy as written. But thank you for explaining that piece.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you. Just as a connection, I'm glad you talked about district liability, but I think what strikes me as a very positive about this effort to have a clear policy is that it's also keeping in mind the potential liability of individual staff members too. That this is very much to their professional benefit, and I think as we're crafting this and as the admin regulations are drafted, that is really a key factor in this as well.
Okay, so I wanted to note, and perhaps I should have noted this at the beginning, but this I believe this version that's in front of us has been through legal review.
That's correct.
Correct.
Through outside counsel.
Yeah, through outside counsel. We did get some comments from Dr. Meinert, and I got an email from the borough attorney that does have some suggested language changes. They appear to me to be mainly just along the lines of clarifying language, changing a should to a shall here or there, or rearranging a sentence. But I thought perhaps for second reading we could show the board some of those potential changes, and I think I can share that with the board as now potentially or after this meeting, so that the board can have time to consider those. And that's all I really have to say on this. I appreciate and support the policy.
Yeah, and we appreciate Ms. Dolan's email and the recommendations that she provided. So we'll look, as we bring this forward for second reading, what makes sense to build into the policy. There was one recommendation in the pre-existing outside relationships with students that was a more substantive change, and so we'll take a look at that and make sure that aligns with what outside counsel is recommending for us as well. But you can share that email with the board, and then we'll look to potentially build in some of those recommendations for second reading.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
I just want to thank the administration. I think this is very timely. I think it's very important, not only for students, but also for staff. And I just appreciate it and support it 100%. Thank you.
And I echo those sentiments. Thank you for bringing this forward. Very important. Anything further from the board? All right. In that case, we need to go to a vote to move this on to second reading. There is a motion on the floor. So Ms. Poland, will you please call the vote? A yes vote will move this to second reading. And so it'll come back to the board probably at our next regular meeting. A no vote will send it back to administration for review.
Thank you. Ms. Charlie?
Yes.
Colonel Foster?
Yes.
Colonel Campbell?
Yes.
Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Ms. Hewitt?
Yes.
Ms. Maple?
Yes.
Mrs. Hull?
Yes.
Ms. Julian?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Dillard. So next on our agenda is the Facilities Maintenance Department Summer Project Report. Executive Director of Facilities Management, Jay Carrion, will present the FMD Summer Projects Report.
Good evening. I'm here to report the construction for the summer 2026 and also touch upon some of the future work that we'll be doing. So first of all, I'm going to start by mentioning the capital improvement projects. We don't have any capital improvement projects this year. There has been several delays in some of the work that we have been planning to do for this year, and that's been delayed to next year. And I can explain a little bit more when I get to that section. The school district facilities maintenance projects in-house, which is general funds. We're doing the relocation of the shed from Pearl Creek Elementary. We were not able to move that last summer, so we're moving that this summer. And then the two schools selected to receive those sheds is going to be Wood River Elementary as well as Watershed Charter School. There's also going to be the admin center window replacement. There was some vandalism a few years back, and those are going to be replaced this summer as well. The school district facilities maintenance projects, that is going to be funded through our impact aid. And then here are the following lists. We've got the North Pole High School and Weller School demountable wall for the classrooms. So originally these are 2 classrooms that had a mountable, demountable wall that was taken out as requested by the administration at the time. And now they would like to create those 2 classrooms back to being 2 classrooms because they wanted it to become 1 classroom. That is going to be worked by Think Office, and then the estimated cost is $54,000. We also do our annual district-wide fire alarm inspections. We used to do those in-house with our team getting smaller. It has been difficult for us to be able to focus on those. So we've contracted that out with Yukon Fire Protection, and that's just alarm testing and doing all the smoke detectors or checking all the sprinkler checks and also checking all our fire panel systems throughout the district. That is $132,000. We have the Lathrop High School and the Denali Elementary School stair tread replacements. Over the years, we've heard a lot of issues with the stair treads at those locations. So we are replacing those. That's going to be done by Target Johnsonite, and that is estimated to be $135,000. I do want to mention that the ones at Lathrop, we're only doing 6 stairwells, which is the main stairwells that we found issues with. And then at Denali, it's going to be both the back and the front. We also will be replacing the theater lightings over at West Valley High as well as North Pole High. And that is going to be contracted out to Fulford Electric. That estimated cost is $92,000. We didn't add the Herring Auditorium in there because there is a capital improvement project planned for from the borough in the next few years, and so we didn't include the lighting for the Lathrop High School. We also have the North Pole Middle School elevator replacement. Well, it's not really, it's replacing the hydraulic jacks. We've had a lot of issues with the North Pole elevator over the years, and we've done a lot of, fixes during those years, but it is a pretty old elevator. And so the only thing that we can do is replace the hydraulic jack. And that is by TK Elevator, and that estimated cost is $128,000. We have the Arctic Lake Elementary School roof repairs. We're only doing a very small portion of the roof. We do have a capital improvement project planned by the borough, and I believe that's in 2028. In the meantime, we have to mitigate the issues that we currently face at Arctic Light, and so we are only doing a small portion of that. And that is going to be by Tremco Weatherproofing Technologies. That estimated cost is $68,000. And again, I just want to highlight that it's only a very small portion of the roof that we're mitigating. The next project is from the Fairbanks North Star Borough, and it's through the insurance. So at Anderson Crawford, there's going to be a small exterior wall repair. Some of you may have heard of what happened there last in the wintertime. That contractor is by Alaska Range LLC, and the estimated cost for that is $38,000, $150,000, and then it is through the borough insurance. And then here are some future projects that are planned for next year. The North Pole Middle School exterior renovation. That includes the metal siding and replacing all the windows and the doors for that school. The estimated cost is $2.1 million. We might see a little increase because we did move some funding around from the debt reimbursement, as well as we received some extra funding from the borough as well. The design for that is 100% complete. It is ready to go out to bid shortly. We're just doing Clay and I, Mr. Anderson and I, just reviewing some last minute changes. So we try to make sure that when we go through these drawings that there's very little change orders. We also, the borough is going to be funding the Lathrop High School boiler and heat exchanger slated for next summer as well. And that is to upgrade the 3 existing sectional boilers, and then we're going to replace all the burners as well. The plan is to go to natural gas. We haven't had any more discussions in that, just that the funding was appropriated by the capital improvement on the borough level. That is slated to be about $2.2 million. We have the Effie Cochrane Charter Fire Alarm System replacement slated as well for next year, and that is estimated to be at $300,000. the fire alarm system over at FA Cochrane is pretty much obsolete, and so this is a really much needed project that needs to happen. We also have the Lathrop High School track replacement that is going to be funded by the borough, and that is estimated to be about $2 million. I'm really excited about all these projects that are happening next year. We should be having a meeting here fairly soon to start talking about design plans and getting an architecture and engineering team to start working on some of these projects. And then here, so there's also Weller Elementary School boiler replacement. And that is the plan is to demolish the 2 existing boilers and then install new modern boilers. And that is estimated to be about $1 million. And then here are some future projects for 2028. The Anwin Elementary exterior renovation that just keeps getting delayed, and that is really out of our control. There's a lot of pieces with the Department of Energy that there's a lot of moving parts and pieces over there. That design is 100% completed. It is ready to go out to bid. We're just waiting for a final sign off from the DOE that we can move along with this project. But it is currently on hold, and hopefully that's going to be slated for 2028. And then we've got the Arctic Light Elementary roof replacement, which is going to be funded by the borough, and that is approximately about $4.1 million, as well as the Lathrop High School Herring Auditorium rigging and safety upgrades. The plan is to start doing the design review next year for the project to happen in 2028. And with that, I am open to take any questions.
Ms. Hewitt.
Where is Think Office LLC from? Are they a local company?
So I'd have to look into that. We did use a lot of the co-op agreements through this. So we used co-op. I believe they do have. I don't want to speak out of terms. I can get that information for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much for the report, and I'm glad that we're doing a lot of work this summer. You mentioned at the beginning that that the KIP projects were delayed and none are happening this summer. Can you talk a little bit more about maybe the reasoning behind that, or what we can expect for timing on these projects? You mentioned 2027, but just to the extent that you're able to share more, that would be helpful.
I can speak about the North Pole High. The reason why that project got delayed, that we did ask the borough for extra funding for some other. We wanted to add in some more mechanical components to the exterior renovation, and then that required some extra funding from the borough. When we initially drafted up this project, this was back in 2018, 2019, the escalation cost from the initial, cost estimate from that to today has increased. And so the work that we were asking for was not able to meet today's pricing. And therefore that got delayed just because we needed to secure some extra funding.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you, and I appreciated the explanations of the different pieces. I had a question about the demountable walls at North Pole High and Weller. The walls that were taken down are now being put up. My understanding in general, and I don't know these specific ones, a lot of classrooms that we have these between them, the movable walls, they can be stored away into the wall or such with minimal impact on the classrooms. I'm only concerned about these going down and up and down and up, and how many times we do that at what cost. So is the intent for these to go up, and are they such that they can be folded back? So if they want to use the full classroom spaces, they can.
Correct. Yes. And then that's the reason why. So initially, when we took them down, I'm at the time, the classroom was planned for the teaching of two teachers in as a one classroom. So we're really meeting the need for the educational purposes at the school at the time. And so those walls were removed with no intention of putting them back up. However, those two teachers have retired this year, and so the request was that they needed to have two separate classrooms. So uh, we're we are working on making sure that if we ever do get requests to remove the walls down, that the panels are saved and stored somewhere. So in the future, if they ever do eventually go back, we have them on hand.
Follow up.
Follow up, Mr. Duran.
Okay. So, and are these walls soundproof enough? I mean, because that's actually been one of the issues, that sometimes the quality of the movable walls, when you have two classrooms, you can hear each other clearly. I know in more recent ones, effort was really made to make sure they are quality. And the reason I ask that is, again, yes, teaching styles change, needs change, and it's good to have some movable walls in a building very often, at least for a couple classrooms. But if they're going back and forth just based on style or teacher preferences or even building needs, but those needs change. So I'm just hopeful that these will be walls that will work when they're closed appropriately and work when they're opened up to open that area.
Yes, correct. We did spend quite a fair amount of time researching and getting specifications to ensure that these are soundproof walls, and I believe that we did get a really top of the line, more modern, more standard for today's teaching.
Okay, thank you. And if you put me back in the queue.
Absolutely. Looking for anyone else? Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thank you, and thank you for the information. I have a question about the Lathrop boiler replacement. So I've had a conversation just about the possibility that if that the three boilers that exist are not all working currently, and I don't know what's true and not true. Okay, so I'm just going to throw this out there, but I guess my question is, do we have a plan B? If the boilers go down at Lathrop, do we have a plan B?
We do have a plan B. Obviously, we'll do everything we can to have the boilers work, and we have a fantastic FMD team that's keeping them going. But we do have a plan B in terms of if there's a hard failure and we don't have heat in that building, that we have options to distribute students.
Okay, can it follow up?
Follow up, Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thanks. I actually have another question. So I didn't really understand your answer. Maybe if you could take another stab at it. I see that 2027 is about $7.5 million in projects, and 2028 is about 14 million. So why are we not doing any of the capital improvement plans in 2026? It just seems to kind of balloon. It goes 7 and then 14, and I know there's a lot of things that need to be done.
Yes, so we just the borough just finalized the KIP, and it just went through the ordinance in February. There was just not enough time for us to do the engineering and design review for work to start this summer, and so we need at least a year to work with our architectural and engineering firms to come up with the scope of work and then the submittals. So just to give you a real quick snapshot of how a project starts. So from beginning to end, it can take about 2 years. 1 year of that is just the design. It goes through a 10% review, 35%, 65%, and 100%. And it takes time for us to go through all the architectural and engineering drawings, We at the borough shares the information with the district, and we go through every line item meticulously to make sure that everything is being done to just not only the codes for Alaska and for the Fairbanks North Star Borough region. We're also following the deed design standards that's set out, as well as our own school district design and construction standards. So there's a lot of review. So that takes about a year. We have to be very careful how we're reviewing it, so that when we do put it out for bid for construction, there's less likelihood of many change orders. If you're not familiar with change orders do end up costing a lot. So our team does a really great job of making sure that we review and put in on all our questions for our architects and engineers to design something that we're going to be able to stand up for 30 years.
Okay, so if we were to have capital projects this year, they would have had to kind of have been started in 24 to implement now.
Correct.
Okay, so this kind of isn't on, I'm just going to just kind of state this, like this isn't on this board that's sitting in front of you that we don't have improvements going on right now. This is on 2 years ago, 3 years ago that aren't coming forward today.
Correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Hull.
Thank you. On page 3, the fourth one down is Midnight Sun Elementary School. I think we skipped over that one. Could you tell us a little bit about the heat trace repair?
Okay, so over in the winter time, we had a little issue over at Midnight Sun. Due to the weather, we were not able to further investigate, but we lost some heat in that area. So we did contract out Groundhog to just come and take a look and see what the issue was. And I did get I put pending proposal, but I just got a proposal yesterday, and so it's about $42,000 cost estimate. So the plan is the heat trace does go underground that connects to the electricity. We believe that was damaged during the below 50, and so the plan is to replace it and repair that heat trace back into the school, and then hopefully we won't have any water issues.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you. I have a clarifying question on a topic that was asked before, and then I have another question. But the clarifying question is, you mentioned that the borough approved the KIP in February. Is that right? So they would have that time looked at the full list of everything that we're putting forward in regards to capital improvements. So it's fair to say that they had a list of capital improvements in February that we want.
I believe that went through the ordinance in February, and my memory doesn't really, I can't remember when the borough assembly actually approved the full ordinance.
Sure.
But I believe that was around February.
Okay, but they did have a list of all of our capital improvement needs then.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
great. I just thank you for clarifying that. I want to ask a little bit about Tickasick Brown, just because it's been brought to our attention some of the issues regarding the water. I know that we do provide water and to Tickasick Brown during certain time frames, but can we talk a little bit about that? Is it not on any of these projects or on the KIP because it's on a state KIP? Is that my understanding?
Yes, it is
Okay.
on the state CIP.
Okay. And right now we are not being approved for anything from the state in regards to capital improvements. Is that correct?
I'll have
Dr. Miner?
Yeah.
Historically, the state has not done a great job keeping up with major maintenance in the state. And this year's budget, it does look like there's a major investment in major maintenance around the state. Of course, that's going to have to survive the governor's veto pin. And so I believe in this year's past budget that there's 33 projects actually funded at the state level in major maintenance, which means we might have 2 large projects funded. One being the North Pole High boiler, and is it Arctic Light roof would be the second one. And so as that gets closer, we may think about advocacy efforts to the governor to ensure that he understands what role this plays in ensuring we can provide a strong education for our students. Because if we don't have solid facilities for our students to learn in, then that makes it really difficult. And so a nice investment currently by the legislature, and really appreciate their support.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. And I think that in regards to being a having that local contribution from the borough too, that is incredibly helpful as well, because I think we're seeing school districts that don't have that support from a borough in very dire straits when it comes to maintenance. So it is good that we have that funding source as well. And it's also good to know that they saw a complete list of what we need in earlier this spring. Okay, so thank you so much. Appreciate that answer.
I have Ms. Carol Hubbard and then Mr. Doran.
Just one more question. Thank you. Tick, their parking lot, is that on a list somewhere to be fixed?
I believe it is. I would have to go back and find out what number on the list it is on. I believe it's on both the borough and the state kit.
Dr. Miner?
So it's important for the board and the community to know we have very long lists. I mean, of thousands of projects. We have over $400 million worth of deferred maintenance right now. And as Jay and her team in the district are working through it, fire, life, safety, student success, those are our focuses. And while we understand potholes are inconvenient in parking lots, they oftentimes don't rise to the top in terms of what we're tackling. We literally have water raining down in some of our classrooms. We have windows that don't keep the cold out. We have boilers that are failing on a regular basis. And so we understand the inconvenience that potholes provide to our families. But unfortunately, the resources don't meet the needs or wants in this case. And so we're aware that the parking lot's not quite as smooth as what we would like out there, but there are other needs that FMD and the borough are prioritizing.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, I do want to acknowledge, very glad to see replacing the stair treads at Denali and Lathrop. I've walked up and down them, and over the years. The question in terms of the wall repair at Anderson Crawford, that's covered by insurance, and just confirming that then comes out of our risk management fund. Is that correct? Because that's part of our coverage.
I would need to check on that and get that information back to the board. That would be my understanding, but I want to verify that before I say yes.
Okay, that would be good, because I think it just one of those highlights of why that risk management fund is important. The other question I had was regarding the Lathrop boilers, and just wanted to clarify that I understood correctly. And my understanding is at one point 2 boilers were out and the school was operating on 1. And that's why the concern that if that goes out, we need at least 2 operational. That was my understanding. You mentioned you have a plan B. My concern was the plan B was distributing students elsewhere. So I guess there's a piece to that. It's either plan C, or is that a temporary shift, or do we have a plan to get someone in to replace at least one of the boilers, if that's when we need at least one on? And I'm mindful of the Hutch situation when they had the heating issue. And so can you elaborate on what the plan is?
Yes. So I think I stated that at first we would try to do everything we can to get the boiler up and operational. So that would be our priority. So if we're putting them in order, that would be our plan B. Redistributing students so that they didn't lose a lot of instructional time would be plan C. And then if for some reason we weren't able to get the boilers back up in Plan B, we would look at Plan D in terms of if there's a quick way to get boilers in so that they don't lose out on a whole semester at their school. The good news is next summer we're slated to have that project up and operational. So we just need to make it through one more winter cycle with those boilers. So we're hopeful Plan C or D won't come to be. But we have planned for contingencies just in case we're not able to get those boilers fired up and running for the school.
Follow up. And so this summer or fall, is there ongoing work to repair those boilers that were down? Are they operational now, or?
Yes, there is plans that our FMD staff is still trying to piece the sections together. So as they're trying to piece each section, it is helping to have some more heat to the building. So we're not just relying on one boiler. So yes, we continuously are working on one of the sectional boilers to make it through next winter.
So we're expecting to have at least 2 operational boilers with the start of school, and keep our fingers crossed
Yes.
that gets us all the way through.
Keeping our fingers crossed, but that is the goal.
Thank you. If you put me back in the queue.
I actually have no one else in the queue at the moment. So please continue, Mr. Doran.
Okay, thank you. So not specifically to any of the projects, but related to it, could you give us an update on the custodial cleaning expected during the summer to help ensure that ABM does a thorough cleaning of all our buildings, and that all the schools are ready to operate fully cleaned, thoroughly cleaned at the start of the school year? Because I know we did not have that last summer. This is their second summer. They're experienced. We've had concerns during the year. We've seen improvements, but I'm very concerned regarding the thorough cleaning that needs to be done through the summer. And if you could address that and tell us what's actually planned to be done, and to ensure that is up to our standards.
Yes, I can give you a brief update. I did actually meet with the ABM management team as well as their VP, Vice President of Operations last week. I received a schedule from ABM management team here in Fairbanks, and their plans for how they're going to address their summer deep cleaning. We did stipulate and make sure that they're following all the frequency list, the annual frequency list that we included in our daily, weekly, monthly, that all of those are addressed. They gave us a schedule, and which I'm going to share with, I've already shared it with the executive team, and I plan to share it with the principals as well, so that there is transparency. And I know that there's been a lot of concerns about, if carpets are going to be shampooed this summer, and yes, they are. We have discussed with ABM about the expectations, and they've given us specific timelines that we're holding them to those timelines. I get that if there's any issues coming up, we can give some wiggle room. Last summer they started in July 1, which was a little bit more less time that they normally would have for summer deep cleaning. This year they're starting right out as soon as school ends, and so it gives them that extra 4 weeks to be able to address all the cleaning requirements that we've asked them to do over the summer. So there is an expectation that they're going to do the deep cleaning that we've always historically done. And so we're meeting with them weekly. I have my 2 district coordinators that's going to be checking daily. So we're still going to continue with the daily inspections and making sure that they are meeting all the requirements that we're asking them to do for summer deep cleaning.
Quick follow-up.
Follow-up, Mr. Dorn.
When you mention the standards or requirements that that we are used to, I guess my concern is, are they the standards that we had before we contracted custodial, or are they, because we've adjusted some during the year, and it is not to the same standards as we used to previously held to. But are these, and I'm thinking the standards that were actually presented to the board when we were considering the contracting, they were very rigorous. Those changed somewhat. I just want to make sure we're not watering it down.
So the summer deep cleaning has not changed. That has remained the same throughout the beginning that we've had the conversation of contracting out. So the annual deep cleaning, we have not made any changes or adjustments to the frequency of those expectations.
And thank you, and maybe through the chair, and for consideration by the administration to give us a report when we come back in August as to whether they have actually lived up to that or what things are still pending.
I would be supportive of that. Stulian.
Thank you. And yes, I'd be supportive of a report in August as well on that. I have a question through the chair to the administration. So it might not be to Ms. Carrion, but it really is incumbent on us to provide as much stability as we can for our students, and providing a safe environment is one of those. And I'm just kind of curious, kind of back to the original question that I asked about the KIP funded projects, and we're noting right now that and I'm talking about the borough KIP funded projects. And again, I am grateful for that, because those school districts that don't have boroughs that provide capital improvement, we are seeing severe maintenance issues at specifically rural schools and things like that. However, it is my understanding that the school district facilities represent about 75% of the total borough owned properties. So my assumption would be that 75% of the funding of the KIP would go towards school properties. And what right now, do we know the percentage that we're getting funded to the overall funding of the KIP? And we do have quite an on-ramp, or I'm saying kind of an upward motion, where they are getting very generous with us in 2028. So, but I just want to see, in relation to the whole, how does that compare? And if you can talk a little bit about that process.
Ms. Julian, I think we'll have to get that information for you. We're not experts on the borough facilities and their budgets, so we can try to see what the percentage of projects that they funded for the district looks like in comparison to the entire borough. I will say the borough did make some great improvements in the way that they include the school district in the KIP process. I think this was the first year with the new process, and I felt like we had better voice and better collaboration with the borough, and I think that's evident by the projects that we're seeing. So do want to thank the borough administration and borough assembly for that.
And if I can have a follow-up, is that then, and I agree, I think that is indicative then of that 8 million next year, and then 16 million the year after that. So kind of going even doubling that.
Yep.
So thank you for that. And, but we do have 400 million in deferred maintenance. Can you state again, you mentioned it really quickly and I wanted to capture it. It was the way that you're prioritizing projects is really around safety and
fire, life, safety, and instructional needs.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything further from the board, with a note that it's 8:15? All right. Not seeing any. So we'll move on in the agenda. We don't need this is just a report. Thank you, Ms. Carrion, for the report. Appreciate all that information and for fielding all those questions as well. So that brings us to reminder, we do have another item after this one for an executive session, but we are now on our board closing comments. And I'm going to start here with Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Well, you surprised me. Okay. So Yeah, talking about maintenance and money and all that is kind of a downer. So I'm going to go back. We're going to go back to celebratory stuff. So I just wanted to, let's see. Um, Last week I was at Denali, and I did another junior achievement day. It was a JA in a day. I got to be with fifth graders at Denali. I had so much fun. Dr. Minert, I want to go back to the classroom right now. I miss it. It was so cool. The kids are amazing. Of course, Denali School is amazing because we have the wonderful Mrs. Verl, at the helm, and all the teachers are just fabulous over there. So, had a great time. Students are loving spring math. So again, that was really, really neat. It's a neat program. And I wanted to reiterate that Fairbanks schools are doing excellent things. We are succeeding. Our schools are succeeding. Our kids are succeeding. I want to just keep hitting that gong because I, I want to make sure people are getting that. At the high school level, we have had record graduations. I got to attend I got to accept the graduating class of best. And Mrs. Beam was beaming because we had 131 students graduate, same as Lathrop. So that's awesome. Congratulations to Best Mrs. Beam. And it was just, it's really exciting. And to hear the colleges that they're going to, I believe MIT was mentioned and University of Virginia, or Pennsylvania, sorry, Pennsylvania. They're doing great things. Our best homeschool kids are doing great things. Our Lathrop high school students are doing great things. Just tonight, we heard about state champions, in our decathlon and national champions and awards in economics and literature, essays, speech, music, art. We have gold medalists, silver medalists, and bronze. I mean, these students that we have are knocking it out of the park. They're succeeding and it's good. I want to also repeat that Lathrop Decathlon team finished first place overall in the U.S. Academic National Finals, which is like beyond words. So, and at the middle school level, 3 of our teachers from Fairbanks, Ms. Curry, Ms. Duggar, and Ms. Evans, were recognized as literacy ambassadors at the Alaska Science of Reading Symposium that occurred last weekend that I got to attend. And what they're doing in reading is phenomenal. It's at the middle school level, and I mean, it started with Walk to Read, and Ms. Curry and she picked it up, and now she's got 2 more teachers at the middle school level. I mean, it's kind of like the fire gets lit and it just keeps going and it keeps going, and that's what it's beautiful. Our elementary school teachers, Dr. Minert talked about how they're excelling in reading, and they're even excelling in math and sciences. And if we can do some new things this next year in math, we're going to watch our math scores just go through the roof. So please, who was it that said it was Miss Cotter that said, if you want to know what's going on in school, go volunteer. I've volunteered 2 Fridays in a row. I volunteer for science fair. I mean, it's so much fun, and you get to see the great things that our students are doing. So, Fairbanks schools, Fairbanks students, I celebrate you. Graduates, congratulations. And thank you to administration and to all the educators. We're doing a great job. Thank you.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you. I'm going to quote a former board member, Aaron Marati, who recently said, "Finances are never just about money. They are about safety, stability, dignity, hope, and sometimes survival." And I think that that's absolutely true. And I also, it has been an honor to maintain a professional relationship with Mrs. Marati and get her financial take on even what we're going through right now. Because I just wanted to remind everybody where we were as a board last year this time. So last summer, the federal government threatened to withhold funding from school districts nationally. During June and July of 2025, the school district was figuring out ways to emergency cut potentially $30 million from our budget, that the federal funding withholding, if the federal funding withholding continued through this school year. That didn't happen, but that was a reality for 2 months last summer. During that same time, we also didn't know if the state budget veto would be overridden. This created another level of uncertainty, estimated between $4 million and $9 million for this school year, this district, this school year. That wasn't resolved until August of 2025, just a few days before school started. Last year, this board that was sitting up here during the summer months was trying to figure out how to navigate potentially $34 million to $39 million of a deficit going into this year, on top of the $16 million of cuts that we had to make last year to pass to statutorily pass a balanced budget. We had massive amounts of uncertainty going in from last year. This year, I am incredibly grateful that we have that we are receiving from our local contribution the $65.7 million that we requested. We have also lost a bit of our stability, a bit of our cushion. Those two things are true at the same time. As we plan for this next year, we have made a significant investment with this budget that this board unanimously passed into our neighborhood schools, broad-based impacts, investments that are going to improve student outcomes, address student behavior, support our educators, and really impact students, the majority of our 11,000 students. In the past, we've been able to do some targeted things, but this is broad-based. So I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to see some more of those outcomes in math, in reading, and I'm glad that you answered the question, Dr. Meinert, about the gaps, where we want to see that growth, because I'm really going to be looking forward to that. But I do want to also mention, because it needs to be mentioned, that we do have many things that could potentially be curveballs financially. And we are legally required to put forth a balanced budget. So, as we move forward, yes, maybe I have been deemed Money Morgan on the board, and really focus on the financials. But it is because, to quote Aaron Marotti, it's not just about the money. It's about what that money we have is paying for. And I'm really proud that this board has committed to making a significant investment into the classroom. And I'm very hopeful that we will be able to implement what we've put forward. But the stability of that is absolutely contingent on our funding bodies, which are our state government, our federal government, and our local government, our borough, in meeting our requests and understanding the inflationary pressures that we are under year over year. So with that, I just want to say that I'm hopeful, but I'm very cautious as we move forward, knowing just in a year how drastic things can swing back and forth.
Ms. Hewitt.
Yeah, I have a little less to say than Morgan, but Arbor Day was this past Monday, and I am part of the Arbor Day committee in Fairbanks, and we've been planting trees with a few of the elementary schools and in the community. And we planted a couple of memorial trees for an active member in our community, and on the Arbor Day, also Dick Ferris. And he drew a line between nonprofit work being much like planting a tree, that you're planting a tree for shade that you'll never sit under. And I believe that educators could also be included in that vein that they're putting forth these graduates and these educating these kids throughout their career, for the shade that they'll never sit under. You know, they might move to a different state or a different country, and they won't see that success, but that child will know. So just in appreciation of graduation and teachers. Thank you.
Ms. Maple,
I don't have anything tonight. Thanks.
Mr. Dorn.
Okay, I'm going to add to the celebrations and just reflect on graduations. It happens that this year the graduates who are in kindergarten, this was my last kindergarten class before I retired, before I graduated. But what I always love about attending the graduations is the vibe that each one has. Each school is different and unique. And to listen to the various student speakers in particular. Things that jumped out at me is, one was encouraging his fellow graduates to embrace uncertainty and to really think about that dumb question, which is really the question you don't know something about, whether it's something you don't know about your classmate or your friend or family member or such. But that embracement of uncertainty, I thought was a good thing. There was one who talked about the dream, but really encouraged classmates, graduates, to be the dreamer, not necessarily the one who just follows the dream. And I thought it was an interesting distinction. They talked about community. They brought community together. People wouldn't have filled the various venues that we had graduations if it hadn't been for them. And they were the reason that we came together as a community. And that's broadening. Significantly, they recognize the best in their classmates. They recognized what they bring to the fore, not only during their high school years, but what they're bringing into the future. I love the fact that they really encouraged each other. And I watch the graduates, their faces, their movements as they're listening to the student speakers in particular, because what it conveys there is the connection that those students have. They have built relationships, greatly supported, encouraged by staff, by the educators around them, by the families and friends, neighbors, community members that have contributed to their educational journeys. But they were speaking really to each other. And I thought that is the significant thing. And I've noticed this more and more in recent years. The student speakers don't just go for the word phrases or the stereotypical speeches at the end of the year. They have personalized them, and they have given that credit also to their classmates who helped them come to certain realizations. So I think it was a tremendous celebration. Whether students at one of our schools, every graduate gives a speech. But whether it's within that or through their student speaker representatives, I was also impressed what they shared, both very significant personal experiences, some of them tough, and they recognized that among their classmates, but the fact that every one of them have overcome that and they reached that opportunity in with graduation, and I just say that I finished graduation week saying our future is in good hands. You know, as been said, what students are doing for us and who they will be taking care of in the years ahead. So thanks to schools for being part of that, and we'll just keep going.
Ms. Hull.
Thanks. So being last, everyone has kind of said what I was going to say, so I'll try to re-say it quickly. First, I just want to thank the borough for we asked and they answered yes in an unexpected way, but I'm grateful for the finances that are going to benefit our students. I'm especially grateful for what this means for our students, that the smaller class sizes, the tutors. This is going to be phenomenal, and I'm really looking forward to all the growth that is going to happen, and I'm excited next year to get updates on that. Again, the graduations happened. I was able to attend 3 of them, and it was fun to listen to the student speakers, and the excitement is absolutely contagious, and so that's exciting. I want to take just a moment and thank Carm and all that she's done for us. We couldn't function without you, and thank you so much. And then lastly, I just want to brag for a second and say I get to go to Miss Curry's class this week. So I know. So I'm excited. And so anyway, I'm really excited for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hull, and thank you, board members, for your comments. Before I give my own closing comments, just in case executive session takes a little while, could we get a motion to suspend rules to finish our agenda?
Move to suspend the rules.
So we have
Second.
Okay, without objection, the rules are suspended so we can get through our whole agenda. All right, so for my own closing comments, I just wanted to talk about volunteer experience that I had an opportunity to participate in this weekend at Wood River Elementary. Mr. Hensel there, Jesse Hensel, who teaches a K1 class there, or did this last year, is working on revitalizing the Wood River School Garden. So historically, they did have a school garden that was, I think, a partnership with Calypso Farm. And I'm not sure exactly why, but it hasn't been worked for a few years. So we were out there. Mr. Hensel organized a group of volunteers. There was something I didn't count them, but I'm sure there was around 20 people out there coming and going for both a few hours on Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon. It was a lot of physical labor. We were pulling up old landscaping fabric that had been there for long enough that there was, in some spots, 3 inches of soil and sod on top of it. In other places, it was closer to ½ inch. But it was a lot of cutting sod and rolling up landscaping fabric and tearing roots apart from the plastic. And in addition to that, we were able to remove some old structures and an old shed that was not up to snuff according to risk management. So a lot of good work. And you know, it was kind of funny because as I was wrapping up that second day of work and saying goodbye to Mr. Hensel, I, having just volunteered my hours, thanked him. And I thought, you know, and he said thanks back to me, of course. He said, no, thank you for doing the work. But I thought, you know, well, maybe it's a little silly that as a volunteer I was thanking him. But then I thought, no, it's not. He did so much more labor to organize these volunteers, to budget for the project, to get the paperwork done so district administration and building administration would approve him moving forward with it. And he's probably out there tilling tonight. It's just a lot of work that our teachers and staff put in to make things like this happen. Even though volunteers show up from the community, I think it's important that we acknowledge that even organizing those volunteers is a significant amount of labor. That's our staff going above and beyond. There were other Wood River staff there as well helping out. Miss Bonnie Mund was the one that comes to mind. And so I just wanted to highlight how grateful I am and that this district is for that kind of above and beyond work that our teachers and educators do every day. But I also had another reason for being grateful. I realized that there's this deep sense of gratitude because it really just felt good to be out there. And what I realized is that kind of volunteer work, using your hands, that labor, is a great way to see immediate, tangible results, right? It's right there. We're getting it done. We can see the changes at the end of the day. And that feels good. And with everything else that's going on with this board and the state in general and, life, it just was nice to be able to set all of that aside and work with my hands for a few hours. And that got me thinking, I kind of sat with that for a minute. And, I recognize this board, we do so much hard work from day to day. The administration does, our staff does, but this board does too. And the work that we do on as a board is challenging, can at times be very difficult, emotional, even anxiety-inducing. Perhaps I'm speaking for myself. But it's also difficult to see. I mean, we don't see immediate results, really. We get metrics, we get data, and we can measure some things. But not everything is measurable in the work that we do. And it again, it's just difficult it's not an immediate result that we see. So especially with the pace of thing and the time that it takes to get the data, to measure the effects of initiatives or policy changes or budget decisions. So with all of that said, combined with the vast uncertainties that we have to deal with from one year to the next, it is challenging not to constantly feel overwhelmed or just in a state of crisis or urgency. And I've been reflecting on that a lot over the past several months, because I think I actually had a training at my day job a while back on that sense of urgency and how maintaining that sense of urgency is really not healthy for us and leads to poor decision making. So I guess my point is that I'm grateful when this board is able to step out of that, slow ourselves down, and make sure that we're really taking care of ourselves so that we can act and not react with deliberation, and with intent, and with an eye on the whole picture, the big picture, over the long term. So yeah, that's an interesting segue from doing some work with my hands into this whole philosophical thing. But I do think that it's something that is important for us to just remember to take care of ourselves and pace ourselves. And I appreciate this board being able to work together and do that. And with that, I will take a motion for our next agenda item.
Move to convene into executive session to discuss a potential legal claim with legal counsel.
Second.
Without objection, we are in executive session.
out of executive session. Oops. I'm just practicing, Jasmine. Okay. Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Without objection, we are out of executive session. No action was taken.
Move to
Move to
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Without objection, we're adjourned.